Cái đồng này đi, cái đó
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Can you all hear me clearly?
Yes, sir. Good morning.
Okay, fine. Right. Today we will start with the continuation of where we stopped last time. Any questions on the previous sections? Any questions on previous sections?
So, excuse me, sir. Actually, I got the email Monday, so I didn't know that the class was held last Sunday. So, is there any recording will you share with us?
Yeah. Recordings will be shared.
Yeah.
Maybe in another half an hour, 1 hour, they will send a link so that you can go through the link and recordings can be replayed, so that no need of things.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
More important is you type your registration number, rename with your registration number. If you don't have such, then you type your identity number, because your names, everything at PGIA with the identity number. So that please rename your identity number. Right? So that is very important. Fernando, can you mute it? Identity number is very important, because from today onwards, I'm going to give quizzes. Then all quizzes will be, because sometimes you will write DMK Ratnayaka as an example. For the quiz 1, you write it as DMK Ratnayaka. I have seen this a lot. On the second day, you write it as D.M. Kumari. Same person for the quiz 2. So how I can trace, because one day it goes as Ratnayaka, one day it goes as Kumari. How should I know whether Ratnayaka and Kumari are same? I cannot, I'm not a god to identify the names correctly. So that to keep the consistent, you write your ID number. If you are having ID number, let's say 9946283, every time you log on with this ID number. If you don't have ID number, you register with your registration number. For example, 24135, something like that, right? So this is important to everyone. Otherwise, your quiz marks will not be counted, because normally we give marks for each quiz out of 10. We give quiz marks out of 10. Normally, if you have answered the quiz, even if you don't have, this is the problem, everyone comes late and disturbing the system. All right, that is why I usually put the waiting room, but today I have removed it so that a lot of disturbances. Right. We give out of 10, so at least if your answer is totally wrong, right? If your answer is wrong, still you get some 2 marks. Out of 10, you get 2 marks, because at least to respect that your attendance, right? So that therefore, if you don't write your number, if you go only with name, right, then it will be trouble to us to trace you. So that is why we insist everyone to have some kind of identity number. Maybe you can have national ID number, or if you don't have if you have a registration number from PGIM, you can use it. So that is important, right? I especially repeated because there are a couple of newcomers, right? Right. Any questions? Any questions? If you don't have any questions, then we can start the proceedings for the day. Right. Last time we were talking about equations. Before that, we discussed about inequalities. Then we discussed about equations. Then we talked about mainly linear equation, how to get linear equations. Using linear equation, how we can get the straight line equation. So straight line equation, if you want to develop a straight line equation, to draw a straight line, we need only 2 points, right? We need only 2 points to draw a straight line. To draw a quadratic curve, right, we need actually 3 points. So this is a curvilinear quadratic, right? So we need at least, I said at least, minimum 3 points. These 3 points can be used for drawing quadratic equation, right? Then we talked about how to solve the quadratic equation, right? For the linear equation, only one solution. For quadratic equation, there are 2 solutions, isn't it? 2 solutions for a given variable. So x variable, we have 2 solutions, right? We discussed about these things, right? Today we move. Then we talked about little on parallel line. Then we discuss about perpendicular line. All right. Then discuss about intersecting of two straight line. Right. We discussed all these in the previous class. Today we are going to talk about one more item in the geometry, that is the circle. Circle, right? So when you talk about circle, right, What is the equation of a circle? What is the equation of a circle? Suppose, let's say, I will try to draw a circle. Give me a second. Right. I'm drawing a circle. Somebody is writing on my pad. What is that? Somebody is playing with my pad. Huh? So your name will be recorded. I will talk to you personally. So let's say I'm drawing a circle where my center of the circle is exactly origin of the axis. We know origin of the axis having a coordinate of 0, 0, right? Take a point P at the periphery, which is having a coordinate of x and y, right? Then suppose, let's say, the distance between the center of the circle and to the periphery, suppose, let's say that is r, right? Then we can use the Pythagoras theorem. So if you use the Pythagoras theorem, right? So this distance is y, this distance is x, right? This distance is x. So that simply we can use the Pythagoras theorem. What is Pythagoras theorem says? X square plus y square is equal r square. So this is my circle equation. This circle is having a center exactly at the origin of the axis, right? If my circle center is having exactly as the origin of the axis, this is my equation of the circle. Suppose, let's say, not always do this, because sometimes you see this line will continue until it finishes the class. You see, somebody has already drawn on my pad. ඕන්නැති වැඩක් කරන්න එපා. පොඩි ළමයි වගේ නේ පිස්සු කෙලේ. Right. Right. Suppose, let's say I have a circle. I have a circle. Suppose, let's say, this is my circle. Not exactly the center of the circle is coinciding with the origin of the axis. Now, how we can handle this kind of, right? So my radius is this to a point, let's say point at periphery, let's say the coordinates are x and y. Let's assume my coordinates for the center is x naught and y naught, right? naught and y naught. Again, we can use the Pythagoras theorem, right? So if you use the Pythagoras theorem, so this is something like right. So what is the vertical distance? What is the vertical distance? What is the horizontal distance? Vertical distance, we can write y minus y naught. Horizontal distance, x minus x. Right? Now we can use the Pythagoras theorem. We know this is r. R means radius. Radius of the circle. Radius of the circle. Now we try to relate with the Pythagoras theorem. So we could say x minus x naught whole thing square plus y minus y naught whole thing square is equal r square. So this is my simple equation. This is my circle equation. Right? Now we can expand this circle equation. When you expand it in simple form, you can say x square minus 2x naught x plus x naught square plus y square minus 2y naught y plus y naught square. I'm simply expanding the brackets, right? Is equal r square. Can you mute it, Rajapaksha? Equal r square. Right? This is how it comes. Now we can rearrange. I'm going to rearrange this like x square plus y square, right? Minus 2x naught x, right? Minus 2y naught y plus x naught plus x naught square plus y naught square. Take the r square onto the left side, so minus r square equals 0. So this is my circle equation. This is my circle equation of the given circle above. Right? Now, if you look at the general form of the circle equation, this you should remember x square plus y square plus 2gx plus 2fy plus c is equal 0. So this is called as, I will explain why I have written the general format. It's called as general form of the circle equation. General form of the circle equation. Okay. Right. This is the general form of the circle equation. What is the relation between the equation that we have developed and the general equation? Let's look at the relationship. For example, look at the component here. We have x square component in both equations. Fine. Y square component in both equations. Fine. Then we can equalize 2gx, which is equal to minus 2x naught x. Right? From this, we could say here x cancel off, 2 cancel off. Here we could say x naught equal minus t. X naught equal. Similarly, we can equalize these two components, right? I'm coming with the reason why we are equalizing. That is 2fy is equal minus 2y naught. So here y and 2 cancel off. You end up with y naught is equal to minus f. Y naught is minus f. Right? Okay. Then what is remaining in the system is all these components. Then we can equalize that also. X naught square plus y naught square minus r square is equal to c square. Right? From that, we could say r square is equal, we can rewrite as r square is equal x naught square plus y naught square minus c. Sorry, here not c square, it's c. Right? Look at the equation, it is c equals 0. Right? Then what is r? R is equal square root of x naught square plus y naught square minus c. I'll say this is 0 minus c. Okay? All right. So we know that what is my x naught? X naught can be given in terms of g. Y naught can be given in terms of f. So that we can rewrite it as r is equal square root of g square plus f square minus c. So this is another important message. So that means the relationship between the general equation and the equation that we come up with. The first one is x naught is equal minus g. Second one is y naught equal minus f. The third one is r is equal square root of g square plus f square minus c. Right, now tell me, what is this x naught? What is this y naught? What is this r in our circle equation? What is x naught?
X naught and Y naught are the distance from the the center of the circle from the base.
Look at very carefully. What is x naught and y naught in our diagram? Very carefully look at it. What is x naught and y naught? X naught and y naught are the coordinates of the
center
of the circle. Coordinates of the center of the circle. So we bring a message here. So these are coordinates. Sorry. These are coordinates, right? Coordinates of the center of the circle. Isn't it? Right. So we try to develop a relationship with the general equation. G and F is in the general equation format. Right? What is R? Anyone? What is R?
Radiation.
Radius. Radius. So here this is center of the circle. Coordinates are given as x0 and y0, and R is the radius of the circle. So actually, to draw a circle, we need information, major information. One is the coordinates of the center of the circle. The other one is the radius. If you have these two information, then we can draw a circle equation. So we try to develop the relationship between these two. Right. We will come back again, continuing. One announcement to everyone. Again, some people have joined late. Those who have joined late, please type your registration number along with your name. Otherwise, if you don't have a registration number, please insert your identity card number, because in the quizzes, we don't know what is your name, right? Okay. Okay. Right. Now everybody could have received a chat a couple of minutes ago. Have you?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Right. That is the Google Drive where we are going to upload all the recordings. So just make sure that every time we are not going to put this. So those who are, access today, you can, get this information, and you can download, or you can read your notes, right? This is the recordings. Will be uploaded to the Google Drive there. So I hope everyone has received that message. Am I right? Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Right. Okay. So don't ask again and again and again and again. So recordings. So this is Google Drive. So it's up to you whether you prefer the Google Drive. Right. Now, what is the use of this relationship? Let's go back to our previous example. What is our previous example of the equation of the circle? So suppose, let's say, if my equation of the circle, which we have already found, is given as 2x0 x minus 2y0 y, right? Sorry, we'll start off with a new example, right? So we develop this relationship. So how this relationship could be used, right? We will take an example. Find the equation of the circle whose center in 1 and minus 2, that is the coordinate of the center of the circle, and the radius Nipunika, mute it. And the radius, okay, and the radius is 3, right? So here we have center of the circle's coordinates and the radius. So basically, if you draw it with this information, right? With this information, if you draw it, if you want to spot it exactly, right? Circle. Circle is somewhere there because we have the coordinate 1 and minus 1. Sorry, 1 and minus 2. So that is the coordinate of the center. Now we have a radius of, let's say, 3. Take a point P at a periphery with a coordinate, let's say, x and y. Now we can develop the circle equation for a given situation, right? This is my situation. So we can develop the circle equation. So if you write it, x minus 1 whole thing square plus y minus 2 whole thing square equal 3 square. So this is my equation. In a simple form, this is my equation, right? Right. If you expand it, you can expand it as x square minus 2x plus 1 plus y square. This becomes as minus into minus plus, so y plus 2, so that y square plus 4y plus 4 equal 9. So I'm simply multiplying or expanding the brackets. Right? Right. So this is, now we can rearrange according to the general equation. Right? If you rearrange it, it becomes as x square plus y square, then minus 2x plus 4y. Then here we have plus 1 plus 4 plus 5 equal 9. So we'll have to bring it in general format so that x square plus y square minus plus 4y. If you take 9 onto the left side, it becomes as minus 4 is equal 0. So this is my equation of the circle. This is my equation of the circle. Right. Now let's say if I have given only this circle equation, if I ask you to find out what is my center, what is my radius. In this example, we know center is 1 and minus 2 and radius is 3. But suppose if you have given the equation, only this equation, I ask you to find out the radius and center. Then we can use our relationship, right? So what is our general equation? Our general equation is x square plus y square plus 2gx plus 2fy plus c is equal 0. So that is my general equation. That you should remember all the time. Right. Here, x square, y square is common to both cases. Now we equalize this. So minus 2x is equal to 2gx. 2 and x cancel off. So what is g? G is minus 1. If g is minus 1, can you remember we got the relationship between x naught and g? What is x naught? If g is minus 1, what is x naught? We got the relationship between g and x naught earlier. You see the relationship between g and x naught. If g is minus 1, what is x naught?
1.
Exactly 1. Similarly, if compare y with 4y. 4y is equal to fy. So we can cancel off y and cancel off 2 and 4. So my f is 2. If f is 2, what is my y naught?
-2.
Minus 2. So you see, x naught is 1, y naught is -2. So this is the coordinate of the center of the circle. You see? So if you have the equation, we can find out the center as well as the radius. Let's move to the other part. R is square root of, as we already said, g square plus f square minus c. So what is g? G is -1 whole thing square. Sorry. Yes. -1, we don't have much problem because it's a +1. It becomes as +1, right? Plus f, it is 2 square minus, what is my minus? I mean, c is -4. C is -4. So that -4. That is equal square root of 1 plus 4 plus 4. So that is equal square root of 9. So what is square root of 9? That is equal 3. Somebody might argue this can be plus or minus 3. Can we have a minus value in this case? Can we have minus value, minus radius? Will it possible? Coordinates, yes. But radius, minus value?
No, not possible.
No, no.
Not possible, right? So therefore, we take the plus value. Don't forget that. It's not minus. Radius is always plus. There's no minus radius. Okay? Right. Any questions before we? So if you have given the coordinate and the radius of the circle, then you can find out the equation of the circle. Similarly, if you have given the equation using that formula, we can find out the center as well as radius. Right. Let's move further. Now let's say if you have a circle, right? If you have a circle, right? If you have a circle, Ruvantika, can you mute it? If you have a circle, if you consider a point, let's say a point, that point can be in relation to circle, can be related to 3 positions. Whether the circle is outside of the circle, whether this point is inside, whether this point is on the circle. Right? So there are 3 possibilities. If you take a point, whether it is outside or inside or on the circle. Do you all agree? Those are the 3 possibilities. Maybe it may be outside the circle, that particular point, or maybe inside the circle, or maybe on the right. So how to find out whether it is on the circle, whether it is outside the circle, whether it is inside the circle? Let's take case by case, right? Suppose this is 1, this is 2, this is 3. So 1 means it is outside the circle, 2 mean on the circle, and 3 mean inside the circle. Right. Now how we can find out whether it is outside, inside, or on the circle? So the first way, we have the circle equation. This is the, let's say this is the circle equation. It is having the function of 2 variables, x and y. Suppose, let's say the general format of x square plus y square plus 2gx plus 2fy plus c, right? So if case 1, right, if the point, let's say this is P1, this is P2, this is P3, 3 points, P1, P2, P3. If P1 lies outside the circle, then if you substitute the coordinate values on the equation, so it will bring a value greater than 0. We'll see the example, right? Case 2. If P1 lies on the circle, if you substitute the coordinates, it will equalize the value to 0. Case 3, if not P1, P2 here, if P3 lies inside circle, then when you substitute your coordinates onto the equal circle equation, the value will be less than 0. Right? We'll take an example. We'll take an example. Right. Let's take a circle equation, the same circle equation we have derived. X square plus y square minus 2x plus 4y minus 4 is equal 0. Padmakantan, can you mute it? Padmakantan, can you mute it? Yeah, this is the circle equation that we have. Consider few points. Consider few points. Let's say the first point is with the coordinate 1 and 1. You can check what is the position of that particular point. The second coordinate is 2 and 1. The third coordinate is 0 and -1. 3 coordinates are there, right? 1 and 1, 2 and 1, 0 and -1. Right. In our equation, first we will substitute the value for f 1 and 1, right? Can you substitute and tell me what is the answer? You substitute instead of x and y as 1 in this equation and tell me whether it is outside the circle or inside the circle or on the circle. You simply substitute the value and check what is the answer for that. So 1 square plus 1 square minus 2 into 1 plus 4 into 1 minus 4. What is the value?
0.
0. So it's become as 0. So what can we say about this particular point?
Point is on the
Is it inside the circle or outside the circle?
point is on the circle.
On the circle.
On the
Outside
circle.
the circle.
If it is equal 0, if it is equal to
still
0,
On the zero.
it is
On
on
the
the
circle.
circle. Right? Right. Similarly, try the second one, f 2 and 1. It is 1 square plus 2 square minus 2 into 1 plus 4 into 2 minus 4. What is the answer? So it's become as,
3.
what is the answer? 3.
3.
Are you sure?
7.
How many answers that I am going to get it? Both are wrong. Is equal 1, is equal 4, minus 2, plus 8, minus 4. What is the answer?
1, sir.
You see how many different answers are there. Very simple mathematics. Huh?
7.
7? Let me check 7. Yes.
Yes, sir.
Here x is 2, no, sir?
Is it 2? X is
Yeah.
2 or y is 2? I made a mistake, maybe.
Because
Yes,
that
X is the way. I
x
have
is 2.
made. Yes, you are right. You are right. So we could say 2 square, 1 square, 2 into 2, 4 into 1. You are right. Yes.
And then answer is 1, sir.
You are right. I made other way around. Yes, 4 plus 1 minus 4 plus 4 minus 4. All right. So here all these will cancel off. Only the answer is 1. So 1 is more than 0, isn't it? So that is it inside the circle or outside the circle?
Outside the circle.
Right. Okay, fine. The third one, because I made it in such a way to get all these examples, f0 and -1. Can you find out the value? So that is 0 square plus -1 square minus 2 into 0 plus 4 into -1 minus 4. Anyone?
-7.
Yeah.
-7.
Yes, -7. So which is less than 0. So what can you say about this particular point?
Inside the circle.
Inside the circle,
Sorry.
right? So this is how we identify whether it is inside or outside, right? Right, any questions? Very simple. Right, next topic is intersection of circle and straight line. Right? So that means we are just talking about intersection of a circle. This can happen. I'm just expanding. I'm giving 3 scenarios. Right, 3 scenarios. What are the possible scenarios? Anyone? I will give one scenario where this is a straight line. This is a circle, isn't it? Straight line and circle. In how many places it is intersecting? This straight line. First one, this particular straight line intersecting in how many places?
2 points.
Huh?
2 points.
2 places. It intersecting in 2 places. One is here, the other one is there. One possibility. What is the other possibility? Here,
1 point.
yes, intersecting in only in one point. Here, the third one, never intersect.
Never.
So how to find out this? Suppose I have my straight line equation. I have my circle equation. How to find out whether it is intersecting in 2 places or 1 place or never intersecting? When you solve these equations, when you solve these straight line and the circle equation, if they find or if they come up with two solutions, if we come up with two solutions, that means it is intersecting in two places. When you solve this straight line equation and the circle equation, if it find only one solution, then it is intersecting only with one place. That is a special place. How do you call that? Maybe in physics you have heard about this radius of gyration and so on. Anyone? Engineering? Yeah? I don't hear. Bit louder.
That is tangent line.
Tangent, yes, good. This is tangent line. We call it as tangent line. What is the speciality of tangent line?
It intersects perpendicular. So
Perpendicular to what? In this case?
Center. Center
Huh?
point.
Yeah?
Center point.
Radius.
Perpendicular to the radius of the circle.
Exactly, radius. Not to the center, radius. Perpendicular to the radius. Right? So here, this is 90 degrees. So this is a tangent. Right? Okay? Right. In the third case, when you try to solve the straight line equation and the circle equation, you will come up with no solution. You cannot find out the answer. Then you can conclude that they are never intersecting. They never intersect. Okay? So these are the three situations. Right. We will take an example to see the circle equation is given as x square plus y square minus 2x minus 3 equals 0. The straight line equation is given as x plus y equal to. So this is my circle equation. This is my straight line equation. So you can use that, right? So simple form, I will start up with, take the second equation, that is x plus y equal 3, right? From this, you could say x equal 3 minus 1. So you substitute on the equation 1 instead of x. So you could say 3 minus y whole thing square plus y square minus 2 into 3 minus y minus 3 is equal to 0. Right? Can you work it out? This is a quadratic equation. Can you remember? Quadratic equation, how to solve the quadratic equation? Different ways are there. So you can end up with 9 minus 6y plus y square plus y square minus 6 plus 2y minus 3 equals 0. 2y square, from this you could say minus 4y is equal 0. Here we can take 2y out of the brackets. So y minus 2 is equal 0. So we could say 2 into y minus 0 is one component. Y minus 2 is another component. Right? So that we could say the answer for the y, there are two coordinates. So where y is equal 1, so y is equal 0, the other one is y is equal 2. Now you substitute on equation maybe 1. So we set x plus, if you can recall it, x plus y is equal 3. So we know what the value of, when you substitute y equals 0, what is the value of x? X is equal 3. When y is 2, x plus 2 is equal 3. So x equal. So these coordinates are 3 and 0, 1 and 2. So these are the two coordinates that is intersecting with the circle equation. So it is intersecting at two places. Right? Right. One more example. You can try this as a homework. My circle equation is x square plus y square minus 2x minus 3 is equal 0. Right? Straight line equation is y minus x minus 2 is equal 0. You can try as a homework. If you try this, you will end up with no solution. Right? Just a hint, no solution. You try to solve it, you can't find out intersecting point. Right. Coming back to one more aspect. Let's say I have an equation, circle equation. You ask to find out the center and the radius. 2x square plus 2y square plus 4x plus 6y minus 2 equals 0. So if I ask you to find out the center and the radius, can you find out center and the radius? Right. One hint here. Look at the our general equation. Look at the general equation. What is our general equation? General equation x square plus y square plus 2gx plus 2fy plus c is equal 0. This is my general equation. This is my general equation. First, you look at it, whether this x square and y square are with the same coefficients. What is the coefficient here for the x square and y square? Anyone? Coefficients for x square and y square, what is the coefficient in the general equation?
2, sir.
No, in the general equation, what is the coefficient?
1.
1. Square having coefficient 1, y square having coefficient 1. Look at the equation given. Are they having the same coefficient as the general equation?
No, sir.
No. Therefore, we'll have to bring down into the same coefficient as the general equation. So what can we do with this equation? How to bring into general equations coefficients?
Divide by 2.
By 2.
Divide by 2, exactly. So we are going to divide this equation. When you divide, we'll have to divide all the components in the equation. So we divide by 2. So when you divide by 2, it becomes as x square. I'll use another color. Yes, x square plus y square plus 2x plus 3y minus 1 equals 0. So this is my equation to be found with the center and the radius. Now can you find out the center and the radius? Tell me the answer. I'll give 1 minute. Use that relationship x naught and g, y naught and f, and the r relationship. What is the x naught and y naught? Anyone? So here g is 1. So that x naught is minus 1. F is 3 by 2. F is 3 by 2. Right? So that we could say y naught is minus 3 by 2. Then what is r? R we can find out taking the square root of minus g. 1 square plus 3 by 2 square minus 1. So that is equal 1 plus 9 by 4 plus 1. Isn't it? So that is equal. You don't need to solve it completely. You can say 17 by 4. That is enough. Right. Suppose, let's say if you have a case like this, if you have an example like this, 2x square plus 2y square plus 2x equals 0. So this is also a circle equation. So what is G? What is F? So here we can write it as divide by 2. So x square plus y square plus x equals 0. From this, we could say G is half. What is F? F is 0. No, F is not present, so that F is 0. From this, you could say my x naught is minus half, y naught is 0. So likewise, you can find out your R. Okay, you can find out using the formula R. Any questions before we take another exam?
Excuse me, sir.
Yeah.
Can you explain how G become half value?
Yeah. So here, you see, this is the equation that we want to find. What is the general equation? X square plus y square plus 2gx plus 2fy plus c is equal 0. This is equal to this x component. 2gx is equal x. So x cancel out, here cancel out, right? Then g is equal, here it is 1 over 2, right? F component, here no F component, so that F is 0. Okay?
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Right. We will take another example, combining all concepts. Write down this example. Find the equation of the circle of the tangent at 3 and 6. That is the coordinate of the tangent point drawn to the circle x square plus y square minus 4y minus 21 equals 0. Right? So first, if you sketch it out, what it is, right? You have a circle. Circle equation is given there. So this is the circle equation. Where you have drawn a tangent line. So this tangent line exactly having the coordinate intersecting point 3 and 6. This is 3 and 6 at the periphery of the circle, right? At the periphery of the circle. Now our question is, what is the tangent equation of the tangent? So here the equation of the tangent has to be given, straight line equation. How we can handle this? Using all the knowledge. Anyone? First step, you draw the radius, right? What is the, can we find out the equation of the straight line which belongs to the radius? What is the equation of this line? To find out, we need this coordinate of the center. X0 and Y0 we'll have to find out. Can we find out the first, as a first step, X0 and Y0? So from this, can you find out what is X0 and Y0? And tell me what is X0 and Y0? Everyone? What is G here? What is F? If you find G and F, we are through. in the first component. We are through in the first component. Couple of days ago, I have sent some tutorial. Have you all received it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You can try by, you don't need to submit anything. You can try by your own, right? So I have sent all the tutorials. You can try. When we come to final exam, I will explain how the exam structure going to be so that you can plan for that. What is G? G is obvious here. What is G?
-4y.
G.
-2.
0.
Yeah, you'll have to observe it very carefully because G is related with X component. Is there any X component? X5 is there, but is there any X component? No X component, so that directly G is 0. F is related to the Y component, so it is F is equal minus, right? From that you could say your X naught is 0, Y naught is 2. So here I'm going to replace my X naught and Y naught. Right, X naught is 0 and 2. Now what can we do? Anyone? Here we want to find out the equation of that circle. Those who have not received the tutorial, the person who has already sent me message, were you there in the last meeting? I don't know because they don't have the list, email list. They have sent it to the email list. I don't know. You'll have to talk to the administration to get the tutorial, right? Because if you have not registered or if you have not contacted them, you don't get it, right? I cannot send individually the tutorial. You will have to get it from the office. I have handed over to the office. Your system analysis will do the needful. Contact the system analysis. Right. So how we can move forward from here? How we can move forward? Anyone give a suggestion?
To find the m of the radius.
Pardon?
M of that radius line.
Yeah. That
and,
means
and take the tangent m is minus 1 upon.
Yeah. Partially correct. So you take the gradient of that radius, right? Gradient of that radius. So what is the relationship with the gradient of radius and the tangent line? What is the relation? It is m dash is equal minus 1 over m, isn't it? So perpendicular relationship. The gradient between the perpendicular lines we have already derived last time, so that we can use that. So the first thing, the slope, you find out the slope of this, let's say this is m dash. Try to get the m, that is 6 minus 2 divided by 3 minus 0. So that is equal 4 by 3. So what is m dash then? Quickly you can do it. Minus 3 by 4 m dash. Isn't it? Minus 3 by 4. Because the relationship, can you remember, m dash is equal minus 1 over m. Right? So if you know the m dash, so we can say m dash is equal minus 3 by 4. We can equalize that to take another reference point here, x and y. We could say y minus 6 divided by x minus 3. That's all. If you solve it, that is my answer. So we could say y minus 6 is equal minus 3 by 4x plus 9 by 4. So y is equal මේගොල්ලට ටියුටෝරියල් එකකට Google එකට දාන්න පුළුවන්. ටියුටෝරියල්. ඒකට ඒ මැසේජ් එක පොඩ්ඩක් දානවා. මොන ඒ same link ද? Same link ද? same link නේ. හොඳ. අපිට register කරලා. Okay. ඒගොල්ලන්ට කොහොමද නම්බර් එක දෙන්නේ? Okay. Okay. So this is minus 3 by 4x plus 9 by 4 plus 6. So you can get the answer. Y is equal minus 3 by 4x plus 3 by 4. So this is my straight line equation. Any questions? Any questions? On circle. So we don't go beyond the circle. So any questions on circle? Right. A couple of announcements. Those who have not received the tutorial in the same Google link, Google Drive, you go and tutorial is there. That is what I heard. So you check the Google Drive and get the tutorial. That is the first thing. There are around 6-7 members without number. Already at the beginning I said you produce the name, right? Let's say Suranga Vithana. There's a student called Suranga Vithana. Don't write only the name. If you have your ID number, give the ID number 9948325B or something like that. Right? Everyone register like that. It's online. I think there are 2 foreign students. Right? If you can mention your passport number or something like that, we can identify, but you write your name correctly. There are 2 foreign students, right? Queening and Mahanur, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Can you, we can identify since you are foreign students, no problem. But if you can mention any number that we can refer with, which you have already contacted with PGIA, then it is easy for us, right?
Okay, sir.
All right. Any questions on other local students who have joined with only the name? Please incorporate your number. It is for your benefit, not for my benefit. The reason is I'm going to give a quiz so that I cannot trace you with name, because there are so many Bandaras, so many Disanayakas, so I cannot trace with the name. So it is for your identity. So make use of your identity card number if you don't have a registered number at PGIE. Again, I am repeating it. So don't come and blame us that you have set for the quiz, but your marks is not added and so on. So everyone be careful with that. So it is recorded. Mind it, it is recorded so that I can play and show it to you the recordings if you have done any mistakes. So this is for your benefit, not for my benefit, right? Okay, because today you will be getting a quiz. So that, right. There are so many names. Madhushika, Hettiarachchi, Ekanayaka, EMG, GRSS Gunatilaka, KMLC Bandara, Senivaratna, Lahini Senivaratna, right? All of you can add your name along with the number, so no problem. Right? Any questions on circle? If not, we can move to next one. Next one is a little bit, not much, on trigonometry. We are not going to talk much on trigonometry. Very quickly, we will go through some of it. Trigonometry also very important in terms of mathematics. First one is measurement of angles. Measurement of angles. So usually angles are measured in radians. Angles are measured in radians, right? So we have X and Y axis. This is R. Let's say if you want to measure the angle, that angle is, let's say it is theta. This angle is theta, right? The arc length here is L. This is also R, radius, same thing. So theta is measured as L divided by R. This is L divided by R radians. So that is equal arc length divided by radius. So this is the measurements of radian, right? Always we measure the radians or the angle clockwise. We measure the angle clockwise. This is how we measure the angle, clockwise, right? So the angle can be, if you measure the angle usually clockwise, if you measure the angle anti-clockwise, sorry, we measure the angle anti-clockwise, sorry, we measure the angle anti-clockwise. So this is a positive angle. If you measure the angle clockwise, this is minus angle. So that angle can range from minus infinity to plus infinity, right? Angle can range from minus infinity to plus infinity. Okay. If you look at further on this angle, because we said theta is equal L by R, where L is the arc length, R is the radius. If L is equal R, then Q is equal 1. So that is called as 1 radian. Right? What is the circumference of a circle? What is the circumference of a circle? Total length of the circumference.
2 pi r.
2 pi r. Good. Right. Now, if you want to look at total angle in a circle, the total circumference length is 2 pi r divided by r. So that is equal 2 pi. So total angle 2 pi radian. Right? So 2 pi radians equal 360 degree. Pi radian is equal 180 degree. Similarly, you can say pi by 2 radians is 90 degree. Pi by 3 is equal 60 degree. Pi by 4 is equal 45 degree, and so on. Pi by 6 is 30 degree. So these are normal standard pi's that we can. Right. Let's look at what is this pi. What is the value of pi? 22 upon 7, isn't it? So that is 3.14159 and so on. So we stop with that. So we could say 1 radian is equal 360 divided by 2 pi, which is equal 57.2958 degree. Right? If you get it correctly, 50 degrees centigrade, 17 minutes, 45 seconds. So we could say, right, that is the 1 radian's value. We could say 1 degree is equal 60 minutes. This is called as minutes. 1 minute is equal 60 seconds. Right? Some of the angles very quickly. This is called as acute angle. This is called as acute angle. Right? This is called as, anyone? Right. Yes, the right angle. Right? This angle is more than 90 degrees. So it's called as obtuse angle. This is straight angle. Give me a second. This is a straight angle. Okay. I have a problem with the software. Give me a second. We will go out and come back. So we have seen a right angle. Let's move to the next one. It's called as reflex angle, where the angle is more than 180 degrees. So this is this angle. It's called as reflex angle. The last one, it's called as full circle. Full circle or full rotation. Right? So these are the different angles. Very quickly, let's look at a little on trigonometry. Trigonometrical relations, or sometimes it's called as trigonometrical ratios. Trigonometrical ratios. What is trigonometrical ratios? Take a point P, right? Take a point P. Which is having a coordinate x and y. The angle is, let's say, theta. Right? If you draw it as a circle, it comes as that, right? But if you take the value for y, right, it is the value for y, right? It is the value of y. This is x. if you take the mirror image, it looks like this, which is also theta in the angle, right? Now, if you look at what is sine theta according to this, sine theta is y by r. I'm just recalling what you have learned in your O levels, right? Sine theta is y by r, where this is r, actually radius, right? Y by r. What is cos theta? Anyone? X by r. What is tan theta? Y by x. Okay, trigonometrical relation. Can you remember the trigonometrical relation? Sine, cos, and tan. Right. We have additional three relationships. That is
ෆෝන් එක charge එකට
cosine.
ගහගෙන තියෙනවා. ඒකට මේතර ගහන්න.
Aisha, muted. Aisha, can you mute it? Right. Cosec. What is cosec? Cosec theta is 1 over sine theta. Right? So that is, what is 1 over sine theta? Here sine theta is y by r. What is 1 over sine theta? R by y. Isn't it? Similarly, sec theta 1 over cos theta. So 1 over cos theta is x by r. 1 over cos theta is r by x. The next one, cot theta, it is 1 over tan theta. It is equal, 1 over tan theta is, tan theta is y by x. 1 over tan theta is x by y. Can you remember, we used this cot theta somewhere else in the last class? Can you remember? To develop the relation this. Can you remember? Okay. 1 over tan theta is, we have written as cot theta, if you can remember. Right. So you should remember this relationship.
Sir, but that minus one?
Minus, we have already, which one? This is nothing to do with here. That is coming from the pi minus theta. Can you remember? We said pi minus theta. So that is why it's coming with the minus, right?
Okay, sir.
If you can remember that, yes, minus. That is why this minus comes. Okay. Right. Right. Next one is, let's look at how these signs are behaving, because we already talked about angle. How these are behaving in different quadrant. So we call it as so these one circle can be divided into 4 quadrants. So first one we say as first quadrant. This is we call as second quadrant. This is third quadrant. This is fourth quadrant. So we quarter each quarter. So every quarter is a 90 degree, right? Each quarter is 90 degree, as you all know. If you look at it, the range of
ගණන් එක ඕක කොණ්ඩේ නෙමෙයි මූණේ ගන්න තියෙන මූණේ විතරයි ගන්නෙ.
Aisha, this is the second time you are. What is happening? Don't disturb the class. Because you all are not interested listening to the lectures. It's look like. If you are not interested, why don't you listen to the recordings? Right? Quadrant. If you look at the quadrants, the range of angle in the radians, right? 0 to this angle is 0 to anyone? Pi by 2, 90 degree angle. Second quadrant is ranging in between pi by 2
to 5.
Pi by 2 to 5.
5.
Right. What about the third quadrant? It is pi to 3 pi by 2. Isn't it? And the fourth quadrant, it is in between 3 pi by 2 to 2 pi. Okay, if you in terms of radians, in angle everybody knows in terms of radian, 3 quadrants. So if you look at this quadrant, again I will talk about the quadrants. Right? I'll take a point P. Point P with the coordinate x and y. Okay. If you take the mirror image to the point, right? Let's say the mirror image, I will put it as discontinuous line. This is a mirror image of this. What could be the coordinate of that P? Anyone? What could be the coordinate of that?
Minus x, y.
Good. Right. Similarly, if I take the mirror image of again, right? What would be the coordinate? P dash,
Minus x, minus y.
Okay. The last one, if you take the mirror image here, let's say this is P triple dash. What is the coordinate?
X minus y.
Good. Right. So I have taken the same point every position, but only thing is they are in different quadrants. So everybody knows quadrant 1, 2, 3, and 4. Let's look at, by looking at these x minus y, whether they are having plus or minus, keeping mind in this relationship, how the xy xy are relating to the sine, cos, and the tan. Right? Keep that in mind. I'm going to put a chart here to display how the sine theta is y by r, if you can remember. Cos theta is x by r. Tan theta y by x. You can remember that. How these are going to, all these of them are going to behave in different quadrants. So let's say this is quadrant 1. I'll put it as quadrant 1, quadrant 2, quadrant 3, quadrant 4. In quadrant 1, sine theta. Let's say this is sine theta. This is theta, right? Sine theta, how does it going to behave in quadrant 1? Quadrant 1 sine theta depend on y by r. Y is positive or negative in quadrant 1?
Positive.
Positive. So that r is always positive radius. So that sine theta is positive in first quadrant. What about cos theta? Depend on x by r. X is positive or negative in first quadrant?
Positive.
It is positive. So that we could say cos theta also positive. What about tan theta? Tan theta depend on y by x. Both y and x are positive in first quadrant. So that tan theta also positive. What about Q2, quadrant 2? Sin theta depend on y by r. Y is positive, so that is positive. What about cos theta?
Negative.
Negative.
Negative. Cos theta is negative. What about tan theta? Depends on y
Negative.
by x. X is negative. Y, even though y is positive, ultimately it is negative. So how about quadrant 3? Sin theta in quadrant 3. It is depend on y by r. Quadrant 3, both x and y are negative. So sine is negative, so it is depend on y by r. Y is negative. Cos also negative because it depends on x. Tan, what about tan? Y by x.
Positive.
Y is negative.
Positive.
X is also negative. Then it is positive. The last one, quadrant 4. X is positive, y is negative. So how about sine? Sine is negative, cos is positive, and tan, which is depend on y by x, where x is positive but y is negative. So that is negative. So we could come to a small summary of finding out what are the positive, what are the negative in terms of quadrant, right? We could say in the first quadrant, all of them are positive. In the second quadrant, only sine is positive. In the third quadrant, only tan is positive. In the fourth quadrant, only cos is positive. So you can remember this. For example, if you take sine 30 or sine 90 or sine 120, all are positive. If you take cos 120, it is negative because it is coming in the second quadrant. So likewise, we can have idea about how this change. Any questions? Right. some of the relationship, we will look at it. Kamori, can you mute it? Right. Let's look at let's take an angle. So this is a theta, let's say. We say this angle is, right, theta. So this is theta. Suppose, let's say, I go one more circle. What is this angle?
360 plus theta.
Yeah, how we can write 360 in radian?
2 pi.
Yes, 2 pi plus theta. Right? Similarly, I can, this is one circle plus theta. Similarly, I can go further, right? 4 pi plus theta. 6 pi plus theta. Likewise, I can move forward, right? So we could say theta 2 pi plus theta, 4 pi plus theta, 6 pi plus theta, and so on. Isn't it? So we can write this as 2n pi plus theta, where n can be 0, 1, 2, and so on. Can I write like this? Yes or no? If n takes a value 0, it is theta. If n takes a value 1, takes 2 pi plus theta. If n takes value 2, 4 pi plus theta, and so on, so on, so on. Similarly, if I take, if I measure the angle, because I said angle could be measured in both ways, clockwise and anti-clockwise. So usually we measure the angle anti-clockwise. If you measure the angle clockwise, as I said, it is minus, right? Right, look at this. Another one. To measure the angle anti-clockwise. So this is similar to earlier one, theta, to measuring to the point B, right? So the first angle is theta. Second angle, I measure clockwise. Then I measure the theta. So this is given as, so minus 2 pi, because it is clockwise, plus theta. Right? Similarly, if I can go clockwise 2 circle and measure the theta, that can be given as minus 4 pi plus theta. So likewise, we can write further. So if you combine the first one and the second one, we could say altogether as 2n to n pi to n pi plus theta, where n will be 0 plus or minus 1 plus or minus 2 plus or minus 3 and so we can write it like this. Okay. Right. Any questions? We can continue after the break, I think. Right? We can continue after the break. So once again, this is the last announcement. Once again, everybody join with the number. Huh? If you don't have number, your quiz cannot be marked.
Sir, සීනකෙත් දන්නේ නේ. රවිෂන් යනවද? මම ඉස්සෙල්ලත් කෝල් එකක් ගත්තා නේ. ඔව්.
Okay, we can continue. Right. So I was giving you the theta. I said that theta 2 pi plus theta 4 pi plus theta and so on. My question is, by looking at the angle here, my question is whether theta is equal to 2 pi plus theta. Whether theta is equal to 2 pi plus theta. Right? Suppose let's say theta is 30 degrees, 2 pi plus 30. That is my question. 30 degree angle, is it equal to 2 pi plus theta? In terms of angle, it is not same. Because this 30, this is 390 degrees, isn't it? So 30 is angle, in terms of angle, it is not equal to 390. How about sine 30? Is it same as sine 390? So this 390 comes as 2 pi plus theta. Yes, this is same. That is what we are going to see now. Okay. So we could say sine 2n pi plus theta is same as sine theta. Similarly, cos 2n pi plus theta is cos theta. Similarly, tan 2n pi plus theta is tan theta. All these are coming in the first quadrant. So this is the first relationship. This is the first relationship. Okay? This is the first relationship. The second relationship, let's say we have a minus theta. So we already said the if this is theta, we could say this is minus theta. Minus theta, right? This is point P with the coordinate x and y. This is P dash with the coordinate x and minus 1. as we already mentioned. So here we could say, in this case, we can prove that you don't need much detail of how it has been proved. We don't have much time to talk about. Very quickly, we could say sine minus theta, which is in the fourth quadrant, where we can write it as minus sine theta, right? Then the second one, cos minus theta, it is in the fourth quadrant. Fourth quadrant cos is positive, so we could say cos theta. Tan minus theta, the fourth quadrant tan is minus, so we can write it as minus tan theta. So this is the second relationship. Why these relationships could be used as, in the earlier case, we said sine 30, right? Suppose, let's say, sine 30 is half, right? If you use the calculator, sine 30 is half. Suppose, let's say, what is sine 390? So that we can write it as, using this relationship, sine 30 is equal to, Sugat, can you mute it? Sine 30 degrees equals sine 2 pi plus 30. Isn't it? So sine 2 pi plus 30 means sine 360 plus 30. So that is sine 90. Isn't it? So this is half. So that is how we can make use of it. So the second relationship, for example, if you want to find out what is sine minus 30 degree, we know sine 30 is half, so minus 30 degrees minus half. Right? Right. The third relationship, it's called as supplementary angle. Let's look at let's say this is theta, point P with the coordinate x and y. Okay. If you take the mirror image as we did earlier, P dash minus x, y. Okay. All right. Now, what is this angle? What is this angle? How we can write in terms of pi? We know that this is theta, right? We can write it as this is pi minus theta. Pi minus theta. So from this, pi minus theta is in the second quadrant. Look at it very carefully. So sine pi minus theta can be written as sine theta, right? Because it is coming y by r. Sine is dependent on y by r. Similarly, cos pi by theta is equal in first quadrant, all are positive. In the second quadrant, pi minus theta is second quadrant, so minus cos theta. Tan pi by pi minus theta is equal minus tan theta. This is the third relationship. Right? The fourth one, if you look at the angle, we talked about an angle, let's say theta. Angle theta. Okay. What is this angle?
Pi plus theta.
Yes, that angle is pi plus theta. Right? So how pi plus theta? Pi plus theta is in the third quadrant. You can recall how sine, cos, and tan behave in the third quadrant. I have already mentioned. So here we could say sine pi plus theta is equal minus sine theta. Cos pi plus theta is minus cos theta. Tan pi plus
Plus
theta
theta.
is equal tan theta. So this is the other relationship. Okay. We have two more relationships. Look at this triangle. Look at this triangle. Let's say this is A, this is B, this is C. I take an angle theta here. So if that is theta, what is this angle? Anyone? We can write it as in radian, pi by 2 minus theta. Can we? Because that is together 90
Yes.
pi by 2. Pi by 2 minus theta, that angle, right? So look at here, sine pi by 2 minus theta. What is sine pi by 2 minus theta? It is which divided by which? C divided by A, is it? C divided by A. Okay, Pythagoras, right? C divided by A, which is sine pi by 2 minus theta. Now tell me, what is C divided by A in terms of theta? C divided by A in terms of theta. Anyone? What is C divided? Yes, that is equal. In terms of theta, it is cos theta. Isn't it? Similarly, cos pi by 2 minus theta. What is that? Cos pi by 2 minus theta is B divided by isn't it? So what is B divided by A in terms of theta?
Sin theta.
Sin theta. The last one, tan pi by 2 minus theta is equal C divided by B. C divided by B. So what is C divided by B in terms of theta?
Minus tan.
Why minus? What is B divided by C in terms of tan? Sorry, in terms of theta. B divided by C? What is B divided? No, I'm asking B divided by C in terms of theta.
Tan theta.
Tan theta.
Yes, tan theta. Now, in our case, it is C divided by B. So that is equal 1 over tan theta. 1 over tan theta. What is 1 over tan theta?
Minus tan theta.
Oh, 1 over tan theta is cot theta. 1 over tan theta is cot theta. Don't confuse with m dash and m. Because already I said. I'm not sure whether it is there. Look at it. What is 1 over tan theta? Right? Right. So 1 over tan theta is 40. So that we could write tan pi by 2 minus theta is equal to 40. So this is the fifth relationship. The sixth relationship, or the last relationship, right, is given as right. We could say in the same line. I'm not going to prove it. The last one, sine pi by 2 plus theta is equal cos theta. Cos pi by 2 plus theta is sine theta, which is minus. Pi by 2 plus theta is in which quadrant are we talking about? Which quadrant are we talking about? Second quadrant. Second quadrant, sine is positive, cos is negative. That is why we are having a minus value. Tan pi by 2 plus theta, again it is second quadrant, tan is also negative. So that tan theta, minus cot theta. So this is the last relationship between angles. So there's a use of these angles. For example, some of the things that you can recall it, right? So this theta, for certain things you can say theta is an acute angle. That means very small angle, right? You should remember certain things. In first quadrant, sine is positive. All are positive. Second quadrant, sine is positive. In third quadrant, tan is positive. In fourth quadrant, cos is positive. Right? In this relationship, you could further highlight. If it is minus, it is in the fourth quadrant. So only cos is positive. Right? Pi minus theta is in the second quadrant. In second quadrant, only sine is positive. Pi plus theta, these are summary, right? It is third quadrant. In third quadrant, only tan is positive. Then pi by 2 minus theta, it is the first quadrant, right? All are positive. Pi by 2 plus theta in second quadrant, only sine is positive. Don't forget that when you see the pi by 2 sine, right? Sine become cos, cos become sine, tan become cot. So these are summary that you can remember. These are summary that you can remember. Right, I will give you some example. You can find out using one of these cases. This sine 120. You already, right? What is sine 120? Using one of these relationships, there are 6 relationships. Using this, you can find out all this. Right, there's another one. Is a find, let's say if sine 30 is half and cos 30 is √3 by 2, find cos 60 using this information, right? Sine 120, already it is there. 120 degree, sine 210 degree, tan 300 degree, cos 330 as a homework. Try this. Using one of these relations. Sometimes you might have to use 2 relations. Right. One more section on this that is called as identical relation. Identical relation. Let's take a triangle. A, B, C. This is theta. If you use the Pythagoras theorem, we could say A square plus B square equal C square. Right? If you use the Pythagoras theorem, we could write it as such. Right, I'm going to divide by C square. The whole equation I'm going to divide by C square. So I can write it as A divided by C whole thing square, B divided by C whole thing square, C divided by C whole thing square, which is 1. Can you tell me in terms of theta, what is A divided by C? A divided by
Cos
theta.
Yeah. So we could write cos theta, right? Square. Right. Here, this cos theta square, whole thing square, can be written as cos square theta. Right? We can write it as cos square theta. Okay? Similarly, plus B divided by C. What is B divided by C? In terms of theta?
Sine.
Sine theta. So that we could write it as sine square theta is equal 1. So this is the first identical relation. Now we are dividing this A square plus B square equals C square by, let's say, A square. Now I am dividing the same equation by A square. So you will end up with 1 plus B divided by A whole thing square, C divided by A whole thing square. Now tell me, what is this B divided by A in terms of theta? B divided by A in terms of theta.
Tan theta.
Tan theta. Tan square theta is equal. What is C divided by A? Here, A divided by C is, it is not. What is A divided by C? In terms of theta?
Cos theta.
Cos theta.
Cos theta. Now here we are talking about C divided by A. Other way around.
Sec.
Then 1 over cos theta. If 1 over cos theta is equal sec theta. So that's sec square theta. So this is the second identical relation. The third one, you divide by only one component left, that is B square. You divide the original equation by B square. So you end up with A divided by B whole thing square plus 1 equals C divided by B whole thing square. Right? Now tell me, what is A divided by B in terms of theta? B divided by A is, we know that is tan theta. So that A divided by B is 1 over tan theta. So 1 over tan theta is cot theta. So we could write it as cot square theta plus 1 equal B divided by C is, we know that is sine theta. right? B divided by C is sine theta. So here, C divided by B, it is 1 over sine theta. What is 1 over sine theta? 1 over sine theta?
Cosec.
It is, yeah, it is cosec theta. So this is the third identical relation. Give me a second. Right, we will continue. So these are the identical relation. Any question on that? So that is about the trigonometry. We don't want to go detail of the trigonometry. Any questions? Any questions on what we have covered up to now? Right. If we don't have any questions, then we will continue with the new section. That is the starting point on calculus. Right. That is, yeah. Permanently mathematical. Right, thank you. Right, the new section. Continuation of the lectures on continuity. The next section is continuity. or theory of limits. Right. Before we talk about limits, right? If you look at some of the functions, there are a few different types of functions. Basically, right, we call it as continuous functions, discontinuous function. So these functions can be classified into the way that we want. So here I will show you another way of classifying functions. But one way we can classify the functions: continuous function, discontinuous function. Can you give a couple of examples for continuous functions? Continuous function. Anyone? Please remember answers. I mean, in the quiz answers, only if the name is appearing, we will not consider it for marking. So as I said, you always, along with your name, whether name is there or not, but your registration number or the identity card number. If you don't have registration number, you log with the identity card number. Don't come and complain thereafter. Right. What is continuous function? Have you seen a function like this? Anyone? Have you seen a function like this?
Yes, sir.
What sort of function is it?
Continuous function.
Pardon? Continuous function. Can you give an example for such kind of continuous function?
Like population growth.
Okay. Pardon?
Range of tolerance.
Pardon? Range of?
Tolerance.
I didn't get it. Range of?
Tolerance.
Tolerance. Okay. What else?
Plant growth curve.
Plant growth. Yes, very simple. Height growth. Sorry, height growth with age, let's say. That is one example. Not only plant, but also animal, right? Any organisms. Then dry matter, etc., etc. with age. You can relate so many variables, which is a continuous. Normally, the natural functions are continuous functions, right? Let's say another example. You are driving a car, right? You are driving a car, right? This is with the time. This is with the speed. What do you think? Is it a continuous function or discontinuous? Anyone?
Discontinuous.
Why?
At a point, we need to stop it.
Yeah. Let's say you are starting here. Your speed is here 100 kilometer per, your speed is, let's say, 100 kilometer there. Can you jump from 0 to 100 at once? Can you jump it from here to here? Or is it increasing gradually? The speed of a car.
Should increase gradually.
Yeah, increasing gradually. So it is a continuous. You cannot jump the speed from 5 kilometer per hour to 25 kilometer, because 5, 6, 7, 8, gradually it increasing. How gradual, that is depend on how you are paddling. But anyhow, it's increasing one after the other. You cannot jump from this end to that end, right? So continuous functions. So most of the functions are continuous. Right, discontinuous function. What do you mean by discontinuous function? Suppose, let's say, if you take a price of a commodity, kilogram of sugar. Suppose, let's say, this is 1990. Kilogram of sugar is, price of a kilogram of sugar is remaining for some time, right? Suddenly, they declare for the election, then they reduce the price. So you have discontinuous. So here there's a gap. Discontinuous, isn't it? From, if you plot it, right, the price, right, the price remain here. Suddenly it drops and prevail until the election over. Once the election over, suddenly the price increases and move like this. So you see the price of any commodity with the time. So this is a discontinuous. Normally, this kind of functions you could see in economics, right? Discontinuous functions. Okay. So that is the example for continuous and functions. Let's define the term called function. What is function? Define the term called function. Function is a rule which relates the values of one variable quantity to the values of another variable quantity, and thus, so in a way, that the value of second variable quantity is uniquely determined by the value of the first variable quantity. By the value of first variable quantity. Right? So this is how we define the term called function. It is a rule which relates the values of one variable quantity to the value of another variable quantity, and thus so in a way that the value of second variable quantity is uniquely determined by the value of the first variable quantity. So usually we write as such: y is the function of x. This is how we write it. If you have one independent variable, y is the function of x z. So here we have two independent variables, x and z. Right? So f, this is how we indicate the function. So uniquely we can determine the value of y using the quantity of x, right? So that is called as function. So there are a couple of examples for continuous and discontinuous function. Let's say I will simply say this is x and y variable. At a continuous function. This is a continuous function. Right? Look at this. This is what earlier I said. At A, it is discontinuous. Because at A, as I said earlier, the price fluctuation could be happen. All right. So that there's a the 2 points available at A, which is disconnected. So it's called as a discontinuous at A. There are a couple of other examples for continuous and discontinuous. So here this is continuous. This is also continuous at A. There's another one for discontinuous. At A, this is discontinuous. So likewise, we can have functions based on continuous and discontinuous. Meanwhile, these functions, we can have a category, one-valued function, another categorization, two-valued function. We can have three-valued, four-valued, but we don't want beyond that. Suppose, let's say, this is a one-valued function for a given x. We have a value of y, only one possible value for y. Let's say when x equal 2, value of y is 6. So this is a one-valued function for a given x. For a given x, we have only one y value. Look at this. As an example, y is equal x squared. Or in other way, we will put it as y square is equal x. So from that, we could say y is equal square root of x. Let's say x is equal 9. X is equal 9. What is y then? What is the value of y?
3.
Plus 3 or minus 3.
Yes, 3. It can be either plus or minus 3. So for a given x of 9, we have two y values. Either y can be plus 3 or y can be minus 3. So two values, you see. For a given x, there may be a possible of two values of y. So this is called as two-valued function. Okay. So again, we can have different forms: one-valued function, two-valued function. Right. What is the use of these limits? We will be applying these limits later. What is the use of limit? For example, let's say this is two axes, x and y. Let's say this is volume, this is pressure. What do you think? How the graphs look like? Maybe in physics or chemistry you have heard about. The graph is like this, isn't it? Am I right? When the volume increases, the pressure decreases, or vice versa. When the volume decreases, pressure increases. I have two questions. When volume equals 0, what is the pressure? When volume equals infinity, what is the pressure? Can anybody give a hint on this? Any suggestions?
When volume is 0, sir, pressure going to infinity.
Okay.
And then inversely, yeah.
Volume is 0, pressure is infinity.
Then volume is infinity, pressure might become 0.
How many of you agree with this?
It's crossing infinity and 0.
Yeah.
It's getting near to the infinity and the 0.
Getting near to the infinity. Right. So by using limits, we can prove these answers are wrong. Right? Because we don't need science here, because when you say volume is infinity, infinity is a undefined term, is it? Infinity is not a defined term, it's a undefined, right? So that just to say that value is infinity, we don't need any science. right? So by using limit, we could show that how this is this limit can be applied for such kind of situation, which is true in terms of plant growth, right? Dry matter, dry weight of a plant with the time. Dry weight is always increasing. What is happening here? Is it becoming plateau? How we can find out the maximum value in a function? So using limit, we can do so. Later we will see some examples, right? Limit of a function. What do you mean by limit of a function? Right? Let's take an example, y equal 1 plus 4x. When x equal 2, what is the value of y? When x equal to, what is the value of y? Simply you substitute the x value onto the equation and get the y value, which is 9. Right? So y is equal 1 plus 4x when, all right? So this is given as function of x, because this we can say a function of x because here we have only one variable. So that we could say when you substitute the value for x as 2, the value of y becomes as 1 plus 4 into 2, which is 9. Right? Function of x when x equal 2 is equal 9. So this is how we can indicate. However, we will have some play with. I said x had a value 2. Now I want to get some higher value of 2 and the lower value of 2. So this is the lower value. This is high value. So I want to take a high value and the low value of 2 and play with it a little on, right? So I will start with the lower value first, right? So suppose, let's say if my x value is 1.99, what would be the y value? Can you substitute and get me the y value? Find out the y value. What is the y value? Anyone? Simply substitute the value of x, which is 1.99. Yeah, 8.96. 96. Fine. I said I took a lower value than 2, 1.99. Now I want to take values which try to reach closer to 2. So I take the second value as 1.999. So my new y value will be 8.996. Right? I'll further take one more value, 1.9999, because this is going closer to 2, which is 8.9996. Similarly, I take a slightly higher value, right? Erase this. I take that space so that you could understand. I'll take a slightly higher value, 2.01, 2 decimal value, right? Higher than 2. Now calculate the y value. What is the y value? 9.04. If you calculate. Now I move towards the value 2. Right? I want to bring a principle here. The second x value is moving closer to 2.001, which is 9.004. Further, one more value which you have taken much closer to 2 will bring y value as 9.000. Okay? So that is how it works. That is how it works. Okay? Now, what we could say, when you, in this case, when you increase your x value according to the function, what is happening to the y value? Y value also increases. If you, in the second case, when you reduce the x value, because we are reducing the x value here, when you reduce the x value, y value also reduces. Okay, when you increase the x value, y value also increases. When you reduce the x value, y value also reduces. Right? So what we try to bring a message here is that in earlier case, can you remember when we had an x value of 2, the y value we got it as 9. So in that case, we could say this 9, which we got it from substituting x as 2, is said to be the limit of function of x when x tends to the value of 2. So this is how we write it in this function. This 9 is said to be the limit of the given function x when x try to get a value. This we could say, write it as, right, limit of the function. What is my function? 1 plus 4x is equal 9 when x try to get a value 2. So this is how we can write what I said from the previous text. The limit of the given function is equal 9 when x reaches 2. Right? Clear? Any questions? Right. These are some mathematical jargon. Anyhow, we need to fulfill that. So, definition of the limit. Definition of the limit. Let function of x be a one-valued function. So everybody knows what does it mean, one valued, right? One valued function of x. Suppose that there is a number lambda. There is a number lambda such that the difference between the function and the lambda can be made small by making x minus a sufficiently small, then lambda is the limit of the function fx as x tends to the value a. So this we could write it in a formula way. So the limit of a given function is equal lambda when x reaches a. When x reaches a. Right. Before we apply, very quickly, we look at some of the properties. Properties of limits. First one, if a function's limit as given as lambda as x reaches a, then c fx, that means c is a constant. If you multiply the same function with a constant, then your limit also will be multiplied by the same constant when x reaches under the same condition, where t is a constant. where C is a constant. Right? This can be mathematically written as if limit of function of x is equal lambda when x reaches a, then limit of c of x is equal c lambda under the same condition when x reaches a. Right? The second property, that means when you multiply a function by a constant, your limit also will be multiplied. If the limit of a function x is equal lambda when x reaches a, and another limit of another function, limit of the second function, let's say we indicate that as a gx, which is mu under the same condition of x reaches a, then if you add these two functions to get the limit, right, function of x plus function of gx, the limit also will be added under the same condition x reaches. So that is the limit. That is the second property. That means when you add two functions and find out the limits, their limits also will be added together. If you add two functions, their limit also will be added. Okay? The third one, if limit of a function is equal lambda under the condition x reaches a, when my lambda is not equal to 0, right? Assuming that lambda is not equal to 0, so it's having some value. So the limit of 1 over function of x is same as 1 over lambda under the same condition x reaches. So limit also will be given as 1 over lambda. So that is my third property. Fourth property, if the limit of first function fx is equal lambda under the condition where x reaches a, the second limit of the second function gx is equal mu under the same condition of x reaches a, then if you multiply these two functions, fx multiplied by gx, then their limits also will be multiplied under the same condition. If you multiply the function, their limit also will be multiplied. The next property, if the limit of the first function is equal lambda and the limit of the second function under the same condition x reaches a, limit of second function gx is equal mu under the same condition x reaches a, right? For mu not equal 0, we could say, then if you look at the ratio between these two functions, right, fx by gx, the limit also will be given in terms of ratio under the same condition. Right? The last property, if a function of x, here we have three functions, gx greater than or equal hx. Three functions are involving for all x, and if you take limit of the function of x is equal lambda under condition x reaches a, limit of the second function hx is also equal lambda under the same condition x reaches a, right? Then we could say limit of the function which is in the middle will have definitely the same lambda value under the x reaches a. So this is the sixth property. Here we can explain the sixth property a little bit in a different way. Suddenly went off. Yeah, something happened with the right, something happened. Okay, the sixth property, what we try to say is, we said if function of x greater than or equal gx greater than or equal fx, sorry, hx greater than or equal hx. If that is a condition, if these two are having a lambda, definitely the middle one also will have a lambda value. If you look at the graphical explanation on this, we can explain.
Sir, couldn't see your screen.
I couldn't see the screen, okay. Can you see the screen?
Now, okay, sir.
Okay, so we said three functions. These three functions limit are coming at one place where, what is that place? We could graphically show what it is, right? So these are the three functions. Can you tell me what are, I have three functions. Can you tell me these color functions belongs to which functions? There are three functions, no? Fx, gx, and hx. Can you tell me? Three functions have been drawn with the blue color, red color, and the black color. Can you tell me exactly which color belongs to which function? Which one is having higher value among these three functions? At one point, they are meeting.
X is higher value.
Pardon?
Function of X.
Function of X. So we could say the blue color will be function of X. The red color will be function of Gx. The black color will be function of Hx. Okay. So what we are saying is their limits are equal at one point. When x reaches A. When x reaches A, their limits are equal. So that is the last property of the limits. Right? Right. We'll take a couple of examples very quickly. Evaluate the limit. So that is the function that has been given. 2 plus x divided by x squared plus 4. Find out the limit when x reaches 0. So what we'll have to do is, as a first step, let us substitute the value and get the value. What is the value? Substitute the value. Substitute the value for x. That is equal, yeah. 2 plus x is 0 divided by 0 square plus 4. So that is basically half. So that is your limit of this function when x reaches 0. Right. Second one, evaluate limit of 2x plus 4 divided by x minus 7 when x reaches infinity. Anyone?
0.
Okay. How do you get 0?
Undefined.
Why undefined? So 2x
Numerator plus infinity.
2x plus 4. That means 2x means 2 into infinity plus 4 is infinity. Divided by x is infinity minus 7. So infinity minus 7 is infinity. So what is infinity divided by infinity? Maybe in, maybe in A level you might have heard about infinity divided by infinity. Can you remember just half an hour ago, I said, who is he? Infinity is an undefined value, isn't it? Undefined value. So here we are dividing an undefined value by another undefined value. We are dividing undefined value by another undefined value. So what is this? We are dividing undefined value by another undefined value, which we cannot define as so. Right? We cannot divide and get the value. So this is wrong. Maybe in the past you might have done it, but undefined value cannot be divided by another undefined value, isn't it? Because we don't know exactly what is the value of infinity. So here we say no solution. We say no solution, so that we'll have to find some other way. There are different techniques available. First, I will use the first technique. I'm going to divide by x. If you divide by x, because if you take the limit under the same condition, limit of 1 over x when x reaches infinity, because we don't change the character, right? So this value will be 0. 1 divided by infinity is 0, because infinity is undefined, a large undefined value. So therefore, we can divide by x for the whole equation, so that x by x plus 4 by x, whole thing divided by x minus 7 by x. Right? So once you divide that by x, you will end up with 2 plus 4 by x, whole thing divided by 1 plus 7 by x. Now you apply the limit under the same condition where x reaches infinity. So that is equal 2 plus 4 divided by x. 4 divided by infinity is 0. Then 1 plus 7 divided by x. So x is infinity. So 7 divided by x is 0. So the answer is 2. So you see the difference between the early answer and the present answer. Early answer is infinity divided by infinity. Now the present answer is 2. So this is what we call as a limit of the given function there. Limit of the given function there. Right. Any questions further? Right. We are going to do a quiz. Right. Any questions? We are going to do a quiz. Everybody can write the answers in the chat box. Right. Everyone can write the answers in the chat box. Let me check the chat box. Give me a second. Right. Ruanti, can you mute it? Right. So solve the following inequality. Solve the following inequality. Right?
मैं आपको करके देती हूँ, जरा ये क्विज दे दो। हाँ मैं भी करती हूँ।
Manhur, can you mute it? X plus 6 divided by 2 greater than, let's say, 12. So this is the quiz. The time starts now. Solve the following inequality. Absolute inequality, right? X plus 6 divided by 2 greater
Solve
than.
the following inequality. Six divide by 2 bracket greater than 12.
I repeat it, everyone give only one final answer. Don't type 100 times. I will give 0 marks if you type it 100 times. Okay? Again, don't write twice with the same name. Only one answer is expected from one person. Take time, only one answer. Those who are sending 2 answers will be getting 0 marks. Only one answer is allowed.
X greater than 12.
I think some copying is going down. I don't know. Maybe you all have assistants to answer. Huh? That is the bad part of this online teaching. Somebody is dictating to colleagues or spouse or husband, wife. They are doing the homework.
Sir, you need one line answer or you need like complete?
One line
Okay,
answer.
okay.
One line, one line or 2 line, any number of line doesn't matter. I need the final answer. However, one person can give the answer only once. Don't write it twice, thrice, and so on. Only one answer. Final answer would be fine. 2 more minutes. One minute more.